Recording.
Meeting, please come to order. Barbara, please call the roll.
We have Commissioners Berard, Fleming, Funderburk, Levine, and Noonan present.
This proceeding is broadcast on Channel 35. The exact broadcast times can be found by contacting Channel 35. My only opening remark is to excitedly and warmly welcome back our wonderful co-commissioner, Dr. Berard.
Doctor, thank you very much.
She looks extremely healthy.
Thank you. It's really wonderful to be back. I missed everybody, missed the department, and it's such a privilege to serve on this commission, and I'm just so happy to be back. Thank you.
And we're very happy you're back.
Yes.
Report briefing by the general manager, including reports from water, power, and administrative system management.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Comments from commissioners on agendized items and requests from commissioners relating to departmental operations. Do we have any public comment cards at this point, Barbara?
Nothing for item 4.
Comments from ratepayer advocate.
I'll have items on 34 and the closed item on 221 Figueroa, and some other items in the extended agenda, but there'll be brief comments.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure what procedural request needs to accomplish this, but I'd like to move agenda item 11, which is our resolution honoring David Thrasher upon 34 years of department service and retirement. I'd like to move the ceremony up to this point. We can't do the actual vote until later in the agenda. I'm presumptuous enough to assume that the vote is likely to be positive. Who's going to present this item?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Commissioner Berard, it's great to have you back.
Thank you.
So it's my privilege and honor to be able to present David Thrasher this certificate of appreciation and recognition for his 34 years. I'll read it and then I'll say a few words about Dave. On behalf of the Board of Water and Management, we wish to express our sincere appreciation for the contributions you have made to the Department of Water and Power and the City of Los Angeles. You may share with others the satisfaction of knowing that it's only through the combined efforts of employees like you that the department has been able to continuously achieve its goals of providing outstanding customer service to the citizens of Los Angeles. May the future bring you many rewards for your service to the community as an employee of the city since December 15th, 1981. I've been privileged in the last 15 months to work close with Dave. Dave has been a committed manager and employee for the Department of Water and Power. What I've been really blessed to work with Dave, I've always felt like I am very committed to the safety and well-being and the health of our employees. Working with a man like Dave made me question my commitment because I feel like my commitment paled in comparison to Dave. We were truly blessed to have Dave as a leader. Dave spent the last 8 years as the director for our Power Construction and Maintenance Integrated Support Services Division. When it's fully staffed, is about 2,000 employees. It's a tough job, and Dave has done an excellent job managing that group. We're going to be at a loss with Dave gone. I know for myself, I'm going to miss him. In this last year, Dave's taught me a lot in my role, and he's taught and mentored many employees, and even in retirement, he's calling, he's helping, he's volunteering. I found out, even though he was retired as of Friday, he was back in his office on Sunday, finishing up some stuff. We are going to miss Dave. I'm personally going to miss Dave. I know that I'll be able to call him and bug him to get information. but truly the department is at a loss with Dave. We can replace him as a manager, but we can't replace the person. So I've been truly privileged to work with Dave, and it's been an honor. So.
I'd just like to say thank you to all of you, and also to all the employees that have worked for me, and for all the employees that have helped me get where I am today. I mean, I wouldn't be in this position today if it wasn't for all of you and all my managers and all my employees that have given me support for all these years, and also for my lovely wife and my family that's always been there for me. So this has been a very blessed career. I've enjoyed every job that I've had for the last 34 years, and I will miss work. It's probably why I came in on Sunday. No, but so anyways, I just want to thank all of you, and also thank you for putting this up early on the agenda, and just with that, just want to thank you for all the support that all of you have given me throughout this department. God bless all of you, and thank you, and I'll miss all of you. Thanks.
I have the resolution I'd like you to come up and accept. I just want to say, and I know that I'm speaking for my fellow commissioners, Dave, that you exemplify what we love so much about the DWP, your commitment, your enthusiasm, your professionalism, your dedication. We're going to miss you greatly. You embody what makes us so proud of this department. We're going to really miss you.
You can have your wife come up with you if you want.
Yes, sir.
Just going on.
Smile again. And one last one. Right there. Big smile. Very good. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks for letting me have this.
Enjoy having a home. Thank you. Thank you so much.
See a big
Okay, we will move to agenda item 6, policy discussion. And the policy discussion today is unreasonable use of water implementation process.
So, good morning. Dave Pettyjohn and Javon Lamb will come up and give our presentation today. If you recall, back at the beginning of the summertime, the board passed changes to our water conservation ordinance. And those changes provided for some fines for unreasonable use of water or excessive use of water. We've had fine structure for prohibited uses such as washing down sidewalks or not watering in the proper days or the proper hours for a long time. But we didn't have anything at the time to address the so-called mega users like the Wet Prince of Bel Air and the others that were identified in the press that that had extremely large water uses, and there was no real way to police those folks and to determine whether their use was reasonable or not. So when the board passed that ordinance, then went to city council and became a city ordinance, when they agreed to it, the piece that we did not define at that time was the exact process by which we would audit large water users. And we, at the time when we crafted that, while the city approved the structure and the fine framework, we left it up to the board's discretion to how they would actually implement the audits. And the reason for that was because from time to time, rules throughout the state will change. For instance, there are standards right now that are being revisited for indoor water use and outdoor water use efficiency, and we wanted the board to have the flexibility to react to those changes or anything else as it saw fit. So what you're going to hear today is the process to actually implement the audit and how we propose to do that, and then it's actually slated for your approval in the afternoon session. There's been a lot in the news recently about large water users. There's been some aerial photographs, people trying to guess who the high person is. There's been a lot of questions about how much enforcement there's been. So recognize that it was only mid-April that the new rate structure went into place, and the excessive water use is based on Tier 4 water usage. And so we just now have the complete billing cycles to develop that Tier 4 the group of customers. And so we're at the point now, we now are in the process of completing who Tier 4 customers are for the first time, so we've never had this before. And then coupled with the process, we will begin the auditing for excessive use and actually enforcing this new piece of the ordinance. So I'll let Dave take it away with exactly what we propose to do.
Thank you, Marty. As Marty mentioned, we're going to be showing you the implementation process this morning. But before I get started, I want to introduce you to Javon Lamb. Javon is now the supervisor of our conservation policy group. So with that, I just wanted to remind you that this implementation process that we'll present to you today does not require city council approval. The ordinance amendments did, but this is something that just requires your board approval. Next slide. So this is the whole process. It's a seven-step process. I've got slides for each one of these, but I'll just walk you through it real quickly, and then we'll get into a little more detail. So we're going to be ranking all of our highest Tier 4 water users. So that'll be essentially the first thing we do, and we're going to rank them by volume. After that, we're going to start with our very highest users, and we're going to calculate a desktop water budget for each one of our very highest users. And we're going to compare this desktop water budget to their actual water use. And if they're in compliance, then they're going to be deemed as not being subject to the next step. But if they're not, they're going to essentially be subject to an on-site water use analysis. And this is what your board approved last time. Is one of the enforcement provisions was our ability to get on people's property and do an on-site water use analysis. So we'll do that. Once we complete that, each customer that we perform that analysis for will get a customized customer conservation plan. And that'll include an adjusted water budget. So, and a summary of actions and a timeline to comply. So to be in compliance, they're going to need to stay within their adjusted water budget, and we'll be monitoring that. So, however, if a customer refuses to allow us access to their property, to do the on-site water use analysis, or they don't take any of the actions that we recommend and they remain out of compliance, then they're going to be subject to the enforcement and the unreasonable use of water fines, and that'll be the last slide we talk about today. So the very first...
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think it's important to just take a back step and talk about how you define the highest Tier 4 users. So is it people that truly are abusing water by, washing their lawns, their yards at the inappropriate time, not taking measurements to address their sprinkler system, or are we penalizing residences that have more square footage than other families?
very good question. Very important question, as a matter of fact. And the truth of the matter is, you may have a very large property and you may buy a lot of Tier 4 water and not be using it unreasonably. And that's the case, I would say, for a lot of Tier 4 customers. So this analysis that we're going to do is going to be designed to help those customers realize that, yes, you are in compliance. You're using a lot of Tier 4 water, but that's perfectly within your right to do as long as that water is being reasonably used and you are reasonably using that water. So
And mind you, these owners of these residents pay higher taxes. They're paying higher water and power bills, and so I don't understand the reason why they should be penalized.
I completely agree, and this is certainly not designed to penalize them in any way.
Yeah. And if I could add to that one, in our tier structure, we do lot size and temperature adjustment, but after the biggest lot size is 1 acre. And so you do have a number of Tier 4 customers that have larger properties than that. And so the reason that we're starting with the desktop analysis is that there are some basic guidelines that we can go by, and one of the things we look at is how much property is there being irrigated and this and that, to know just right offhand if it really even warrants a second look or not. And so that's the first piece, is because the large properties are really not separated out in our rate structure. And so that's the first thing that, so you see the people with the biggest property probably logically use the most water. Is that reasonable or not? That's the first step we do. And so, but it is not meant to penalize people based on property size. That's the whole purpose of this. But we do know we have the highest water users. How do we look at them in an objective way so that it's fair to everybody in the city?
Can I ask another question? What about the climate and the temperature? Are you finding that certain parts of the city are going to pay more in Tier 4 than other parts of the city?
Another good question. You'll see in this next slide, you see an ET adjustment factor. And these are based on the Department of Water Resources California Irrigation Management System stations. So they're called CIMMYS stations. These CIMMYS stations are about 250 across the state. In the city of LA, we've got 5 that we use, 3 in the San Fernando Valley. These are designed to make sure that those who are in the higher temperature climate zones get an adjustment for that higher temperature climate zone.
Okay. And I just, for clarification, how are you defining desktop water budget? What does that mean?
Sure, and that's this first slide, and we'll walk you through this slide here. This hopefully will answer your question. So before we actually go out on anybody's property, we're just going to do a desktop calculation to see.
You mean you do it at your desk?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. Not my desk in particular, probably Javon's desk, but yes.
Dave's going to be very busy.
But,
okay.
So this formula you see here, it's a fairly simple formula, but it's based on industry standard methodologies for both indoor and outdoor use. So the indoor water budget is 55 gallons per person per day, and this was developed by the California Department of Water Resources for their state's SBX 7-7 legislation. That was the 2020 legislation, and this was the 55 gallons per person indoors that they came up through that legislative process. The outdoor water budget is a formula that's in use, and it's the state's Model Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance, and this is the same formula that's used in that state ordinance. So both these elements are looking at are both being used currently by the state, and they're going to be used in the state's long-term framework for conservation regulations that are currently being developed by the State Board and the Department of Water Resources. And Commissioner Noonan, you'll see here that for outdoor water use, there's an adjustment for landscape areas, so people with very large lots won't be penalized. Next slide. So how does this work? So this is kind of a flow chart that illustrates the progression of our implementation process. So the blue depicts a customer with water usage within their calculated desktop water budget, and they're deemed to be in compliance. So no further action is taken, except we'll continue to monitor their water use. The red area there shows a customer with water usage that exceeds the desktop water budget. This doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be subject to penalties. It just triggers an on-site water use analysis. And using the findings from the on-site water use analysis, we'll provide a customer conservation plan for this customer, and it'll provide guidance for coming into compliance if they are deemed to be out of compliance. So what is a on-site water use analysis? You'll remember before you passed the ordinance, it was hard for us to get on people's properties. Now it's something that is required. All city residents are required to allow us on their property if they're into Tier 4, and we want to do an on-site water use analysis. So for each customer that exceeds their desktop water budget, we're going to contact them and schedule this analysis. So we'll visit their property and we'll talk to the customers or the property managers, and we'll adjust their water budget. So the desktop water budget may be adjusted upwards. And we're going to essentially verify the number of occupants that they have. They may have live-in service people who live in their home. There's a lot of reasons why their occupation numbers could go up. We're also going to give them adjustments for additional outdoor uses. For example, some large properties have cooling towers, or they have special medical equipment for indoor use that requires quite a bit of water. We'll give them adjustments for that. Some homes are horse properties, and they have livestock and horses outdoors. This is true out in the Northridge area in the San Fernando Valley. And we'll give adjustments for that. So, and we'll also give them adjustments for actual landscape usage. So the visit will also help us make some recommendations to the customer on things they can do to improve water use efficiency, things like upgrading the appliances indoors. We'll tell them about all the rebates that are available to them to do that, indoors and outdoors. We'll also look for leaks. Sometimes there are hidden leaks that we can find for people. We'll look for those. We'll also look for areas of waste and unreasonable use that we can make recommendations for them on. Next slide. So after we complete this on-site water use analysis, we're going to provide each customer with a detailed customer conservation plan. And it will essentially give them a description of all their historical water use and a summary of our findings from our on-site visit. So that will include a list of recommendations and required actions if they're deemed to be out of compliance, and also a compliance timeline. And some other useful information to help them improve their water use efficiency on their site. So, but most importantly, the plan is going to give them a detailed monthly water use budget and a timeline to come into compliance. And I'll talk about that in the next slide. So here's a hypothetical example of a customer. So after we completed the on-site water use analysis, we are going to monitor their water use over time. And we'll continue to assist them during that time in making changes to their property and their water use to come into compliance. So what you see on this slide is the red line depicts where the customer had been in 2015. The yellow line at the bottom is what the budget based on our on-site visit is. And the green line is the customer's efforts to come into compliance over a period of time. So you can see that there are some quick changes that customers can make to drop their water use rather dramatically, very quickly. Things like changes in behavior or reducing excessive irrigation or leak repair. And there are other changes that are going to take them more time, and things like upgrading their irrigation system or replacing landscape, and those type of capital improvements will take more time, and we'll work with the customer to give them a reasonable amount of time to do that. So our goal really, and again, Commissioner Noonan, this gets to your original concern, our goal here is not to find people, but it's to work with people, to perform an on-site analysis, and to really help the customer come into compliance, encourage them to take some voluntary actions to reduce water use and eliminate waste and unreasonable use. And from our experience, we've got very strong positive feedback. We've been working with some of the highest water use customers for a little while now, even before this. And we've got pretty strong indications from these customers that they're very grateful, actually, for our efforts. So just a few examples. One customer we work with that was in this high water use category had an underground leak, a fairly large one that they were just unaware of. And we came out, we did an on-site visit, and we found it. It was a silent but a very large leak, and we were able to help them fix that. Another customer had a cooling tower They made a determination they were going to replace that. There are state-of-the-art equipment that don't use any water at all, zero water use cooling, and so they replaced that. Another customer made some upgrades to their irrigation system that we recommended, and they saved about 40% on their water use. So it's very highly likely that most people that we reach out to will receive this very favorably. So, and we're planning on working through this. You know, you saw in that one hypothetical customer about a 6-month timeline to help them come into compliance, and we're going to work with them carefully during that 6-month period. But there does come a time, however, if a customer refuses to reduce their water use or doesn't allow us access to their property to do the on-site water use analysis, then they will be subject to the unreasonable use of water penalties that you see here on this slide. Marty, originally, when we were designing this, Marty said, well, I want some penalties that increase as the phases, so the severity of the drought increases as you go from phase 1 to phase 6. He also wanted to see the fines increase as the duration of a customer's violation increases over time. And so you see that here from 1 month all the way up to 2 years, and you'll see the penalties increase.
Can I just ask you?
Yes.
When do they pay this? It's like $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. Is that a?
Sure. That's a good
how
question.
do you determine when they get billed for that?
They won't have to pay this until they're out of compliance for an entire billing cycle. So we'll give them the customer conservation plan. We'll give them a length of time to come into compliance with that plan. If they need an extension of that plan and they're making due diligence progress, we'll give them more time to comply. But once that time is exhausted, then if in the next billing cycle they're still out of compliance, they'll be notified that they're still out of compliance, and on the following bill they'll see the fine.
Well, okay, so phase 5, $10,000. What does that mean, phase 5?
Well, phase 5, if you look at the city's emergency water conservation plan ordinance, your board, when you take action to implement phase 5, that means that outdoor watering is prohibited in the city of Los Angeles. So what you would see here is a customer who wanted to have a green lawn when all their neighbors' lawns are brown. Mm-hmm. And we're going to assess this penalty to people who are in that category. Yeah. So if you're still watering outdoors and it's not allowed in the city of Los Angeles, you're going to be subject to these fines.
So just to clarify, so the phases are the phase of the drought that we're in. So we're in phase 2 right now.
Okay.
And gosh, probably about a year ago, we actually, the board made a move to add a new phase because we have 3-day-a-week watering now. We had no 2-day-a-week watering. It went from 3 to 1. And so we inserted a new phase 3, and that went to 2-day-a-week watering. So we've never, I don't think we've ever been below phase 2. But if the drought continued to worsen, the board may decide that we need to raise the level of the phase for the drought. But right now we're in phase 2, and we've been conserving remarkably well in phase 2, so we don't recommend that we change that. So in this case, that phase 2 column would then apply, and so if someone went through the process, got audited, had a plan, decided they didn't care that they reduced their water use and used whatever they wanted and decided they were going to pay for it, then they'd be subject to the fines listed under phase 2, and if they continue to not change, then they would escalate over time. And so going across the phases only increases if the drought worsens and the board makes a change.
Does this mean then if someone had a violation during months, 1 through 5, then they are penalized $1,000?
A month.
A month?
A month, yes.
A month.
A month. So for instance, so let me give you 2 quick examples. So the highest water user we had, the person who was, the undisclosed name that used all the water, we actually went on property, worked with them. They reduced their water use by something on the order of 50%, and just by working with us. There are other places in the city where we have large residences that people don't live here, and they maybe operate extravagant landscapes and have a large staff. They may not even live in the country, and they may not care what they pay for water. If those people, which these are not your neighbors here. These are, some people just have a use for water they want to have, and if they don't comply, that mechanism is there to have it ratchet up. And again, any penalties that are collected under any of the water conservation ordinance are all reinvested back into water conservation programs. So if someone is using an inordinate amount of water or violating the ordinance in any way, that then goes back to pay for rebates and other things that other customers can benefit from.
Have you found that, I know several people who have mansions and rent them out. So suppose the renter is using a lot of water, then then who pays the penalty in that?
Whoever receives the bill, and if so, whoever's named on the bill would be the one who receives a penalty if they get to that point. But you would have to get to the point that you're paying this kind of penalty, you'd have to ignore all advice and decide that you just wanted to buy the water and it didn't matter to you how much you spent. The whole process is really meant to bring about change. Honestly, on the folks that are tier 4 that are high water users that don't have multi-acre properties, our experience is most of them have leaks, and usually we get it there. They're appreciative. We find the leaks. Their water bill goes down. Their usage goes down. Unless you have a swamp on your property, it's almost impossible to use some of these amounts of water without a leak.
How do you find the leak? That's what I wonder.
Here, Marty's making a really good point. I mean, one of the things we've found is when you have a very high tier 4 water user and they have a very small property, it's a pretty good indication that they have a leak. Now, a lot of times, these people have a tendency to be in disadvantaged community areas or low-income areas. And so we are going to dedicate, we have 5 staff that we're going to dedicate to try to help these people. And we think there's at least 600 of these type of properties that we've got to reach out to these people and help them, because that's like Marty said, that's a fairly common thing if you have a very high tier 4 user and a very small property.
That's interesting. Good.
But one thing I wanted to emphasize, and it's got a lot of press, is that a customer's name won't be released until they receive a fine from the DWP. So this entire 7-step process and all the working with us and the extensions of the time to come into compliance, their names aren't going to be released. It's only if they get to a point where they're fined that their name would be subject to release.
I was just informed that we now have a speaker card on this item, so why don't we call whoever the speaker is, Barbara?
Okay. The speaker is Tut Hayes.
Thank you. You will be seeing a lot of me, primarily because I'm the worst person you've ever seen to deal with your criminal activity. Downstairs, you'll see that the agenda is posted with Scotch tape on the window. Prior to that time, it was back behind the turnstiles on a bulletin board, which could not be seen after 5 o'clock at night because the building was closed. The Brown Act required the agenda be posted 72 hours in a prominent public space prior to the meeting. So that hasn't been done for how many decades now? Until I arrived, folks. Now, the Brown Act also requires that every piece of material you have before you, and I imagine you have this on your screen on your computer, be available to the public. We should be able to peruse that, read that, understand that prior to the meeting taking place. But no, you don't do that. So it's another violation of the Brown Act. Now, the curious thing about the Brown Act is that it points out that any member of the board who attends a meeting where there's a violation that takes place, that member is guilty of a misdemeanor. I don't know whether you have a city attorney or not, but even if you don't, you can go downstairs to the front desk. The Brown Act is down there. So I'm here primarily to see to it that your criminal behavior ends relative to the Brown Act. You concerned about people violating the water rules? Fine, that should be done. But we can't expect criminals to enforce the law, can we? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments on the presentation? Thank you very much.
Very well.
So again, this will be up for a vote this afternoon.
Got it. Okay, item number 7, management report, Smart Grid Regional Demonstration Project, achievements and lessons learned.
So in September, we finished the multi-year project with the Department of Energy on the smart grid. And so we felt it was appropriate for staff to give an update on really the customer benefits that we saw working on smart grid with the Department of Energy. So I'd like to introduce Marvin Moon, who is our Director of Engineering, and Masood Saburi, who's the project manager of our smart grid demonstration project.
Thank you so much, Mike. You know, I'm very pleased to make this presentation today. This is the closest thing we have to show and tell. This is a project that we've been working on for 6 years, and it started with ERA funding back around 2010. It's been going for 6 years, and like Mike said, we just finished it up in September. This was a cost share with the Department of Energy. It was a $120 million project, and we, of course, paid half of that. The Department of Energy paid the other half, and we had some research partners with this. We had UCLA, USC, and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And the focus was in 4 different areas. They focused on the demand response, being able to give customers signals to change their load either up or down. Cybersecurity, which of course is a huge thing for smart grid deployment. I better move the slide here. Okay. Cybersecurity, customer behavior, how do people react to these different programs, and electric vehicles and microgrids. And to do all this required the installation of some infrastructure. And of course, to do that, we deployed a advanced metering infrastructure. And that was kind of the beauty of this program, in that it was kind of like a science experiment to demonstrate this stuff, but we left behind some very valuable assets, and were some valuable lessons for us as well. To do all these investigations, we installed 52,000 advanced meters or smart meters, and a communication to talk to them all. Now, with communications, you have nothing else. That's the kind of the backbone of the whole smart grid system. We maintained this communication system and created an operations center to watch it all. We did it in 3 parts of town. We did it in and around USC and around UCLA, and we did it in the valley over in the Chatsworth area. The reason we did the Chatsworth one was because it had a wide mix of different types of customers, both residential, multifamily, industrial, commercial. But also we had a substation there that had just been automated. In other words, we redid all the controls in there so we could see exactly what was going on all the different feeders. So if you know what's going on at the end of the lines, at the customer end, and at the substations, then you have complete knowledge of what's going on. You can see things happening on the system. What is it really touching?
Yeah, you can do it, yeah.
Okay. What we found when we went through this, of course, is these little meters have little voltage sensors in them. They also have on-off switches, and of course, they also record data every 15 minutes. So you can see exactly what's going on as far as how the customer is using the power. It has the ability to turn things on and off. For example, some utilities use this when a customer moves out to turn the power off, or move in for a new customer. It also has the ability to send a signal if there's a power outage. So utilities can use this to identify outages faster. You don't necessarily have to rely on the customer calling. And it also has the ability to do rate changes on the fly. Currently, if we have like a solar customer come in, we have to send someone out to the site to actually physically change the meter, because it's a different type of meter that reads different things. But these kind of meters can do rate changes on the fly. On the demand response part, we worked with the USC campus and with UCLA. At USC, they had a number of buildings that they retrofit with an advanced management system, and we developed a tool that could talk to these buildings. In fact, they had about 50 buildings over there that could, on our signal, reduce their load. And that was demonstrated that they could do 5 to 6 megawatts just in about 10 minutes. We also worked with the UCLA housing, and they installed demand response things. They had smart appliances. They had thermostats that we could control with about 1,100 thermostats. In addition to that, we also built what we call the House of the Future. It's over at our Main Street facility. And this was sort of a tricked out house that had energy storage, solar facilities. It had the electric vehicle charging. It had a DC fast charger for electric vehicles, smart appliances. And that was sort of a test bed that we could use to basically demonstrate various experiments, so to speak, as far as how these things interact with each other. We also conducted 10 successful demand response events in 2015 and 2016. These, as you can imagine, these programs have a lot of customer interface. You know, the demand response aspect, getting appliances in people's homes, trying to let them know more about how they're using their power and so on. So it was quite a learning curve on how to reach out to customers and get them engaged. We produced a few videos for this and a number of surveys to get their perceptions both before, during, and after our engagement with them. We also set up a call center and a smart grid web portal. In fact, this is kind of a screenshot of that web portal. It's kind of a one-stop shop. It has like 8 different parts to it. It's at this place where a customer, in the top one is the 8 different fields. The lower left is the billing module. You can click on that and this comes up, so you can pay your bill online. In the lower right, we have the usage, so you can see how you're using your power. If you have the smart meters, you can get more definition because they record data more often than the regular monthly billing meters. It also has the capability of giving out notifications. If the department has a new program, they can send it out, push the data, the announcement out to customers. It has an energy efficiency module in the lower left, and electric vehicles, which currently shows where the electric chargers are in the neighborhood. I'm going to play just one of those quick videos for you. It's about 2.5 minutes to get a flavor of what the customer was seeing.
Smart grids are the most revolutionary thing to happen to electric power in decades. They help utilities and customers understand and manage power more effectively than has ever been possible. LADWP is bringing smart grid benefits to thousands of Los Angeles homes and businesses. We're helping customers in our Smart Grid LA pilot program understand and manage their consumption. We are making the grid stronger, safer, and more efficient for LA.
LA is a major consumer of electric power, and that demand continues to grow. We have far more people, businesses, and homes than we did 100 years ago.
We need more and more power. Every day we have more devices coming online, computers, notebooks, cell phones.
We're working towards sustainability, energy that meets our needs now and helps future generations plan for their needs.
The computer sensors and software in smart grids help utilities know when and where energy is needed most. That reduces the need to spend years building expensive new power plants.
The smart grid creates a win-win partnership between LADWP and our customers.
LADWP has partnered with 3 world-class research institutions to create the Smart Grid Pilot program. The pilot reaches 52,000 businesses and homes, which will receive near real-time usage data from LADWP. Participation is voluntary, and everyone taking part has already received a smart meter.
We're tackling questions like, what does sustainability mean to LA? And how do we balance demand with supply?
What role will wind and solar play? How will we support the growing numbers of electric vehicles as people use them more and more?
The challenge is not to build new power plants. We have to be smarter at how we use the existing supply of power.
Energy efficiency combines technology with wise decision-making on power use.
Two-way communication between smart meters and the grid will help LADWP predict demand and respond in real time.
When utilities can direct power across neighborhoods more efficiently, there's less need to add new power plants. Fewer new plants coming online mean minimizing our carbon footprint and making our energy production more sustainable.
Energy sustainability is vital for us, our children, and their children. You may already be taking steps to help the environment, like carpooling or carrying your own bags to the grocery store. Smart Grid is another important way you can contribute. Through Smart Grid LA, you can help craft a legacy of wise, sustainable use and shape our visionary city's energy future.
Okay. So this, along with our portal, gave us the opportunity to interface with the customers and get their reaction and how they're responding to these different programs. It was a huge learning thing for us. In the area of cybersecurity, as you can imagine, having millions of little points out there are obviously points that could be attacked from folks. And we did a lot of work with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory and USC in that area. In this area, I won't go into the details of all this, it's pretty techy, but the bottom line is that we were focusing in on areas of being able to contain different parts of the path as the data gets back to the water and power and as data goes back to the customer, so that we could detect if there was an intrusion and be able to act on it so it wouldn't spread and affect other things as well. On electric vehicles, we commissioned the Garage of the Future, which is over at the House of the Future. It was a little complex to integrate the solar and the batteries and the cars and all that, but we got it all done. We installed about 750 level 2 chargers as part of this program. In fact, the Department of Energy paid for half of our rebate program, our first rebate program. We also installed 16 DC fast chargers around LA. And these are basically chargers that can charge certain cars within 80% within 20 minutes. Very cutting edge at the time. In fact, PlugShare, which is a social media app, says that our chargers are some of the most popular chargers in the state. In fact, one of the biggest users are the Uber and Lyft people. And so without even knowing it, we electrified a taxi service. We've purchased 67 electric vehicles with telematics. We found out that that's the only way you're going to find out how the cars are doing is through having something that monitors every aspect of the car. We've also did distribution automation. We deployed some monitors on our overhead transformers so we could see how they were operating. We automated some of our field capacitor banks, which control voltage out there. We automated some distribution switches. And we also tied the data to our outage management system so that we could see how, when the meters report that there's an outage, how that tied in and if we could use that to help respond faster to outages. So where does that leave us today? In addition to finishing all those reports that were due, and they'll be public now, they'll be posted up on the Department of Energy's website. We have what's left behind is some fantastic infrastructure. We deployed, through our 52,000 meters, a system that's actually, it sounds small, but it's actually as big as some of our neighboring utilities, full deployment. But going through the whole process, we ended up with a system for all the way from the customer all the way back to the back office. And that gave us the great knowledge and abilities to move forward with a full deployment down the road. With what we have today, we expect to expand our web portal. Right now, there are 1,100 users, but we have licenses for 50,000. And also, we're considering a smart thermostat program for part of our residential demand response program. And this system we put in is capable of using that as a building block to support that. We also, since we have these meters in place, we want to get as much value out of it as we can. So Masood and his folks are actually doing a demo right now called voltage optimization, where they can, since the meters have voltage sensors in them, we can see what the customers are seeing on their end to make sure that everyone's getting rock solid voltage, and it's not just what's happening at the substation. So that's an initiative they have going right now as well.
I think that one thing that's very important, and you've been very patient with my questions throughout the years, but I know that we've been veering towards this direction. But to be perfectly honest, I'm still unclear as to which meters have these capabilities, which are monitored wirely, which have field employees going to check them. And I mean, this is a very expensive investment for the ratepayers, and I would love a status update on that, because there's been a lot of talk, and I love this direction. I actually went out on the field with one of your field agents a few years ago, and only 2 people were opposed against having this wireless meter, but most people were for it, and I think that it makes so much sense for so many reasons. But I keep hearing mixed reports about where we are in terms of uniforming all of our meters.
Right. Yeah, right now we have a mix of meters out there. We have the manual read type meters with the dials, some of those old analog meters. We have electronic versions of those, and we have over 300,000 they call drive-by meters, where they send out a little signal and they can catch it at the curb, and so they don't actually have to go in people's backyards. And then we have the I think it's about 80,000 businesses that have meters similar to this, and then this was a deployment with 52,000 smart meters that have the two-way communications and all those advanced features. So it's a total mix right now. But from what we've learned from this pilot, Masood's crew is coming up with they've done a request for proposal as far as what the latest technology is, and it's continually changing. And they've come up with an RFP for the big plan. And so
Marvin, maybe you can move to the next slide, because the near-term goals is really maximize the 50,000 and continue to wring benefit out of that. But the long-term plan is going to take some time to really put together, and over the next 18 months, they have some specific objectives they want to accomplish so that when we come forward and try to launch all of our meters moving over the next 5, 6, 7 years, it's comprehensive. We have all the costs included. So let's take a few minutes on the long-term plan, because I think it'll address the commissioner's questions.
Absolutely. That's more short-term. The long-term plan is, let's see.
This is where we are.
Yeah, this is where we are. This is what's in the state right now. We'll be enhancing what we have, but we're putting together an organization that's cross-functional, because this thing touches every part of the department, all the way from customer service to distribution and other folks. And we're doing business cases right now. We're looking at the process, the way we do things now, and how we want to see it done in the future. He has an RFP that's being developed that will be going out to basically find someone that can do everything that we want it to do with the total plan. Then in the meantime, we'll be focusing on
Marvin, just to clarify, the RFP will not go out until we do some things like finalize the project scope, because we really need to get that dialed in with accurate cost estimates. And we need to determine the funding on the project. And we'll be working with FSO as well as the ratepayer advocate to get that dialed in over the next 18 months. So once we get that and some of the schedule activities, then some of those details like an RFP, et cetera, will start coming to the board for execution. But we're probably 18 months out from really executing on a long-term plan. Would you say that's true, Marvin?
I would say so. That's correct. We've got to do our homework.
I do appreciate that clarification, but what I would like to state, for at least from my history serving on this board, is that time and again I've heard about these mixed pieces of meters, and some being read, actually physically, others being read by a car, others, being wireless. And time and again, I feel that year after year, I keep hearing, well, we're just waiting for the latest technology. And so my concern is, as a board, we've approved quite a lot of money towards investing towards certain meters. And I would hope, and I love your direction, I would hope that we could finally agree on investing on one technology that's worth investing on, so that all of the millions of dollars that we've spent on other older technology isn't surpassed by what is available. And so I think you have to take the bullet finally at one point and decide we're going to go in this direction, because for I think the past 5 or 6 years I've heard the same verbiage about we're waiting for the latest technology, and right now I feel like we're kind of piecemealing it as a board.
Yeah.
But I like your direction.
I would agree totally. We need to make that decision based on what we want at the end of the day. And again, the last 5 or 6 years has been this demo project where we have deployed an AMI system for 52,000 meters, and then learn from that to figure out where we want to be at the end of the day.
And the important thing
is the idea to eventually have this type of technology available across the boards for all of these components and for all of our ratepayers?
Absolutely.
For all the ratepayers. And it's such an important project, because we really do need to have a future where we're not building conventional generation on our system and interacting with customers. And while we need to do some in the short term, long term, this is one vehicle for us to mitigate that building of generation. And so over the next 18 months, the real goal is to make sure that we make those types of decisions and we do it right, because the deployment is so important, because it's got to tie all the way from the customer meter all the way through the systems, including our current customer care and billing system, and it's got to be rock solid and right. So we want to take the time to get the project management team in place. We want to bring the best in the industry who have deployed these types of programs and bring them in to help us get there. So in the 18-month time, we have the funding source, we have the project plan, and we have the right dedication to get all customers implemented in this program. So that is the trajectory. We just need to take the time to do it right.
Is it fair to assume that on the one hand, this will be quite costly, but on the other hand, there will be substantial avoided costs in terms of less power plant necessity and the like?
There will be significant avoided costs as well as significant customer benefits, as you saw some of the handheld apps where customers can interact with us, and that's what they're wanting to do. So there's customer benefit and avoided costs on the utility side.
And I wanted to add a little bit as well. In order to implement that, we have to have our CC&B, our billing system, working perfectly. So rather than sequentially do things, the team has had this pilot program and has been looking at it, figuring out what's working and what isn't. But we've got another about 18 months to fully develop what we need in a program. And today it's been about electric meters, but actually the entire kind of smart meter effort is electric and water meters. So we need to look at how we do that entire process. The thought was, let's show you today where we're at so far, but we need to keep coming back. And I'm thinking about it 2 to 3 times a year and over the 18 months to say, here's where we've moved, here's what we're thinking. We're pretty much not there anymore, but at one point there was, let's implement both power and water meters simultaneously and go to a smart grid. Well, to me, that's too much change too quickly, and you're just asking for technology to backfire on you or our processes. So we should probably be looking at sequential replacement. What kind of communication systems do we need across the entire grid? What kind of meters will work best? What kind of staging approach should we utilize? How many parts of the city do you look at and start converting meters? Because you can't do everything overnight. You want to get one area working before you move on to the other. There is a significant amount of planning. As Mike said, other utilities have done this. Let's go, let's go tap their best and brightest, bring them over here and say, what hurdles did you see and what things worked well? We've got a very big project. As Mike said, this is probably one of the most complicated, important projects that we're going to look at, because over time we're going to have this process. There will be regulatory requirements from the state that require us to do certain things through smart meters, be it reduced electric usage, changing patterns of behavior with customers, moving electric vehicles to only charging at certain times. But we have a huge project, and we're setting up a kind of a high-level steering committee, then a project committee, looking at getting everything documented, because you can't convert a manual process to an automated process unless you have the entire system already mapped out. And then you can look at what do we automate, how do we automate it, when do we automate it. Again, very complicated, but we've got some working knowledge already from this pilot program that can help guide us through. But I want to make sure that we leave this presentation knowing we are 18 months away from beginning to do anything that is truly a moving forward, a deliberate process of doing anything. Right now, it's some from the entire city. Right now, it's continued processing with this pilot program, so we can see what's going on. But again, very major, and it's not going to be cheap. But all the investor-owned utilities have done this. A number of our peer publicly owned utilities have. But we need to come with the cost benefits and the requirements and the legislative requirements. And again, this is something you are going to hear on a continual basis because it's big and it's coming, but we need to do this right and we need to do it deliberately rather than reactively.
Well, these are the kinds of briefings we need, so we appreciate it.
I completely agree, and I do appreciate this direction. At the same token, I hope that as a board we're mindful of the multi-millions of dollars that we have been approving to have, you know, kind of substitute meters put in place to replace older meters, because I think it's important for us to really take advantage of other case studies and use the best technology to make a final decision to invest a lot of money instead of blocks of money that at the end are going to be ripped out and replaced by a lot of money, if that makes sense.
I agree.
That's my opinion.
I wanted to ask about the planning. I appreciate the fact that you're looking at the staging and the planning. It's very important for us to do that and get it right. Now, are you defining the pilot program as these 3 meter locations, or as Marvin said, that this is voluntary and people get the smart meters? Who is in the pilot program?
This is the pilot program,
Yeah.
these 52,000 meters. Eventually,
In these locations?
3 dose
correct.
locations.
And then eventually it will be rolled out after a very significant process to citywide across the board.
Can a ratepayer apply for a smart meter if they're not in these 3 meter locations?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I had a question on this map right here, which I think is very illustrative. So what is the percentage of meters that PG&E, SMUD, Edison, and I can do the math on LEDWP, 50,000 over 1.5.
Yeah, they've
It's
done
gonna be
all,
about
those other
3%.
utilities have done all their meters.
Pardon me?
They've done all of them.
So they're at 100%,
Yes.
Close to 100% penetration.
Yes.
And that's because they had a mandate from the Public Utilities Commission, correct?
That's correct.
And we don't have a Public Utilities Commission, right?
No.
But they, because they had that mandate, had to invest in technology that could be obsolete by now, right?
Yeah, they wish they could do it now because there's been advances.
That's where I'm going with this. I didn't want to make this look like you've been sitting on your hands while something's happening to Rome. This is kind of an effort that's needed to take a little time, but now is the time to start moving very quickly. And my understanding is, after not having had significant investment in our infrastructure for almost 15 years, major investment, you're now able to do that, and time is very important to ramp up the increase of employees that are going to be needed to support something like this. Is that right?
Yes. There'll be a ramp up of technology employees, and then over time a ramp down of meter readers. So there'll be a shifting of people from old types of jobs to new types of jobs, and a training and a transition plan.
Can you elaborate on that? Because that just doesn't make sense to me. So if we're going to have less field readers, how is it that we're going to require equal or more employees to account for wireless readings?
So a lot of this is what we're developing and what we're looking at. But think of, if you have a radio frequency meter or an AMI, some meter that you're not visiting every month or every other month, we're going to still need to visit it at some point. We need a verification that it's working.
But still less employees.
Certainly, less employees. There's also going to be probably a faster change out of meters. Rather than some of the old meters, 20, 30 years, since these have a technology in them, they probably have a shorter lifespan, 15 years, maybe 20. So we'll have ramped up employees changing the number of meters. We'll need more kind of data technologists. You know, how are we going to use all this data? How do we have to report this data to the state? How do we help it with our own, as far as kind of load curves and things? How do we utilize it to balance our load? We haven't even identified the exact positions we're going to need versus the ones that we had, but it's likely at the end of a 5 to 7 year process, whatever it takes to get all of the power and water meters installed, which we'll have to have staff or contractors install those meters. We'll have a number of meter reader staff who have retired, and the remaining ones will be transitioning to some of those new jobs. So maybe saying we need the exact same number, that is probably incorrect, but saying there'll be a time period where through attrition and new jobs, likely the remaining individuals will be shifted into different job functions. But again, we've got to map that out, and we want to also get the best, again, those individuals that have gone through this, the project managers from the other utilities that we can interact with and say, what did you need to before, what did you need after, what did you need during the transition, so we can map out all of that.
I appreciate your comments, and I think, you know, because this is such a huge investment and this direction is so important, I think it would be appropriate, President Levine, if there's a subsequent presentation about whether or not, you know, this will require a transition in employees, or whether or not this will go out to an RFP to an agency that has experience in you know, accounting for this wireless data that is provided to DWP, if that makes sense.
I assume we're going to have ongoing presentations on this, and I would suggest that any commissioner that has any questions about any aspect of it, provide those to Dave, and he'll ask staff to respond. Does that work?
I think it's, if we're talking about, we've been talking about this for a long time, right? A long, long time. Yeah. And so I'm hoping to see, you know, the end of the rainbow, but I do think that it is important to account for the latest technology. I love the direction, and we should really consider whether or not we will be hiring or transitioning employees to train them in this new technology, or whether or not this will be sent out to RFP.
Noted.
Noted.
Dr. Pickle?
This involves a major investment, maybe up to $1 billion over a 5 to 10 year period. And those amounts are not in current rates. We're not starting to any serious ramp up for 18 months. So the serious spending is not likely to occur before mid-2018, which is the time of the midterm rate review. So this is likely to be a subject of discussion there. And an important aspect in the utility, an important component of the utility business is utilities race to be second. And there's a reason for that. There's learning that occurs from being first. And we're not third or fourth in this case, and that's good news, because we can learn. We're not buying the first version of this technology. We're buying about 20 years of experience in this technology. One of the key components is data management, which is a huge IT project. And that has to operate across all components of this business. So the lessons we learned from the billing system changes apply here. We need a strong program management office. The technology is not static here. There have been major things that can control household thermostats that are connected to Wi-Fi, the Nest, the Ecobee, the Emerson Wi-Fi thermostat. They can be all coordinated, and there are entities out aggregating this without communicating through the utility. They communicate through the customer's Wi-Fi setup. And there are utilities that are starting to use this and use this for control without going through any smart meter. They skip the smart meter, they skip the utility. So it's not clear how smart a meter you might need in an individual house. You may only need to do meter reading or to sense outages. So a smart meter, you may want the C student, not the A student smart meter. And finally, as we go through this, we're going to need a cost-benefit analysis of the components going forward, not just the costing, but a recognition of the benefits. And understand we'll need on-ramps for new technology that might help us, and off-ramps for when that technology might be superseded or might be handled through an app on a cell phone or an app in the device that communicates over wireless technology another way. So the PMO structure and the cost-benefit analyses are important for our perspective.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I understand we have a speaker card for this, Barbara.
Yes, the speaker is Tut Hayes. Tut Hayes, is he? Oh, there. And I do also have one before we go into closed session, for a closed session.
3 gorgeous dams. Nobody does it better than China. Where are these components going to be made? Who has the best technology for these instruments? Of course, you said some things I'm interested in. I could hardly hear most of what you had to say. I have one ear, actually. But anyway, that's my problem. I'll get it taken care of next time I'm here. But what are you really trying to achieve? Are you trying to save money, the ecology? What? Now, this thermostat's going to be inside people's homes. We've never invaded your homes previously. Those meters have always been outside. Some people want their secrecy, their privacy, whatever you might want to call it. They may not want to have you inside your home. And as the advocate pointed out, they can already operate their thermostats with cell phones. Will they be able to operate this thermostat with a cell phone, or will you take that privilege away from them? Those are the kind of questions that occur to me. Now, one other thing is, when you say grid, I'm thinking about the national grid, not LA's little world. That grid that can be hacked, can act like dominoes, overload and crash. That's the grid I'm talking about and thinking about, not this nonsense. So I don't know whether you have really examined the workforce necessary to make the installation, do the work, how much that's going to cost. Is it going to be cost effective? That's something I think we have to know, because you people spend money like, you know. But anyway, there are lots of things about this concept, which I think is simply a wild idea that someone came up with, and you latched on for discussion purposes, because it'll never happen. And because we're not going to allow this amount of money to be spent, we really don't know whether there's going to be a public benefit other than a notion about being ahead of the game when it comes to technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We have one speaker card on a closed session item. I'm not sure what the item is, Barbara.
He just has closed session A. So that's Mr. Hayes. What item on closed session were you wanting to speak on?
And sir, you're entitled to 5 minutes cumulatively for all of your comments, so I think you have 1 minute left.
Let's discuss that, because the Brown Act says you cannot set time limits. The body must set time limits. In other words, there has to be a motion to vote on it. But anyway, $19 million for grid plates. A grid plate is that metal object that they put down over trench holes and things like that for cars and buses to roll over. Why don't we have our own trench plates, our own crew that makes that installation, rather than spending $19 million just to rent them? You see, that's what upsets people when they realize that might be a better way to do trench plates. Own them. Use them yourself. That's like a house. Do you want to rent or do you want to purchase your home? Which is most effective? But $19 million for trench plate is absurd. And the city should own their trench plates for DWP, for public works, for street services. We should have a trench plate
Sir, are you speaking on a closed session item, or are the one you're talking about trench plates, like item
Okay, well,
in the
that's
other?
fine. Barbara,
Okay.
he's used his time.
Okay.
counsel?
At this point, we will recess in a closed session, and in accordance with the Brown Act, we'll report any final actions taken thereon. Following closed session, we will reconvene back into open session.
President Levine, I had brief comments on one closed session item. That
Okay, go
may
ahead.
be useful. It concerns the 221 Figueroa property. I have 3 areas of concern. One is the dollars for the employees that are designated to use this space are not in the rates as far as we know. Using average cost of employee, 1,000 employees is 146 million, and that would take us above our labor budget for 2020. Second, we need a detailed space plan for this sort of commitment, and that's not in place. And my third concern is appraisals are fine. In the utility industry, I did a lot of price appraisals, not for real estate, but my view is you don't really know until you see a market price. And for that, you need to get into the market. Ideally, we should have a broker representing us on this and searching for alternative properties. Failing that, we can simulate a market alternative by going to a most favored nations clause in the contract, where the prices in the contract are a cap. And when there is a arm's length transaction for a similar property, ideally in the same complex with similar terms, the price would either go down to that price or the cap would come into play. And sometimes it'll take a while for an equivalent transaction to appear. So I recommend that there be a monthly decrease in the price of 3% of the face price per month until there's an equivalent transaction in place. And what I'm proposing would be, if there's not an equivalent transaction in a period of 50 months, that means the prices could go negative.
Thank you. Okay, we'll recess into closed session.
Yes.
The board meeting will resume momentarily. We're recording?
Oh,
We're recording?
just, right, yeah. Yes.
We're recording?
Did you see his testimony?
No, I heard it was really good.
Okay.
Yep.
We have a quorum, we'll begin. Although, you know what? I left my agenda in my office.
Would you like?
Can I borrow yours?
You may.
Okay. We move to item 9A, monthly reports, power, water, and COO power. August 2016 monthly report.
Sorry, I was looking at the outage information.
Oh.
But the report stands, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions? No questions. Water.
Just very briefly, unless there's any questions on the report, I just want to let the board know that last Saturday night we did receive an award from Tree People. The award is here. It was for the Greater Los Angeles Water Collaborative in conjunction with our work with LA Sanitation and LA County Department of Public Works Flood Control District. Commissioners Brad and Funderburk and Noonan were all there to help us celebrate the occasion, but it recognized our work in terms of stormwater capture and improving local water supply. So I brought that to share. And then real briefly, particularly for Commissioner Noonan, who's been so involved with pipe rehab and new technologies, we were featured on the news last night and again this morning for a pilot project that we're doing in the valley with a new method of pipe replacement that does not involve tearing up as much of the street. It's not a permanent pipe replacement, but it basically puts a kind of new fabricated pipe inside existing pipeline, hopefully to get us another 50 years of life out of the pipe. And so that was in the news, and we got some good press out of that. We hope it's a promising technology for the future.
Does Commissioner Noonan approve?
I do.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
COO monthly report.
Nothing except to note that the person sitting to the right of me is on this side of the dais on this side, and he has been named interim chief operating officer.
We won't ask him what made him say yes. Right. Investment report for the quarter ending June 30th.
Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? No questions. Discussion with neighborhood council representatives on any neighborhood council resolution or community impact statement filed with the city clerk, which relate to any agenda item listed or being considered on this agenda for the Water and Power Board. Barbara?
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Do we have a motion to approve the resolution honoring David Thrasher that was presented to him earlier today?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimously passed. There are no approval of the September 20th minutes due to the lack of a quorum by commissioners present from the previous meeting. Okay, we now move to the broader agenda. I'm going to ask the ratepayer advocate. He has some concise comments on some of the items. I don't think we needed to go item by item, but I'll just ask him to present those. Then I'm going to ask if commissioners have any items to be pulled. I know that Commissioner Funderburk has to recuse himself from 32 and 33, so they'll get pulled. Dr. Pickle?
My comments first, one comment on items 23, 24, and 25 combined. That's the roughly $2.1 billion worth of bond authorizations. It would be, I think, helpful for the board if bond metrics on coverage ratios and cash on hand are updated and provided for both, as relevant, the water and the power fund with any initial or final bond authorizations. I think it'd be helpful for the board to understand where we stand on those coverages up to date. Second comment is on item 30, and that's the capital project business retention policy pilot program. I think it would be helpful to understand when the pilot ends. It's my understanding it ends in April, and there's ongoing reporting. And two, that I understand from the questions I've asked staff that there are, other than the 2 initial pipeline spreads included and the 2 being proposed today, there are no other pipeline spreads that are planned to be included during the pilot period.
Thank you. We have a speaker card on item 15, so we will pull that. I move to defer item 29. There's been a request to defer it. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. It's deferred. So that leaves items 10 through 34. Do any commissioners wish to remove any of those items other than item 15 or 29? Actually, 10 through 31 and 34.
I have one.
Commissioner Barad?
Yeah, I'm trying to find which one it is. Well, let's see, we did 18 today, didn't we? Number 19, please.
Number 19, we will pull from consent.
And are we, and also 34?
Yeah,
That's a
34
given.
needs to be
Okay.
pulled from consent.
Okay.
I also have to be candid in that I hope you and our fellow commissioners know that I take in great seriousness reviewing all of our materials. And originally, I planned to be out of town today, and I was not planning on attending this board meeting. But a friend's passing changed that, and to honor his burial and his mass ceremony tomorrow, our family's decided to stay in town. That being said, unlike Norm, I have not been able to review the insurance provisions that I typically would review thoroughly. So I would request one of the following. Either that items 26, 27, 28, and 31 be deferred, or that I abstain from a vote because I have not had the opportunity to review those items in detail.
Is there any time urgency to 26, 27, 28, and or 31?
Have Larry Chapman come up. Oh, he's going to come to me. We can defer it 2 weeks, but 2 weeks only.
Well, the next meeting's in 3 weeks.
So, yeah, then we need to.
You need to move?
Yeah, we need to move on those.
Then
I'm sorry.
I apologize, but I have to abstain then.
Okay, okay. Okay, so, with Commissioner Noonan as an abstention on 26, 27, 28, and 31, well, let's do it in a different way. First, yeah, okay. With Commissioner Noonan as an extension on 26, 27, 28, and 31, is there a motion to approve items 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, and 31?
I wanted to take 30 off, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. 30 is off. So all of those that I mentioned other than 30. I'll go through them again. Items 11 through 14, items 16 through 18, items 20 through 28, and item 31. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Second. Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed other than the abstention on the four noted? Okay, all of the items that were just voted on, other than 26, 27, 28, and 31, were passed 5-0. 26, 27, 28, and 31 were passed 4-0 with Commissioner Noonan abstaining. And we turn to item 15. There's a speaker card.
Yes, the speaker is Ashley Carter.
Good afternoon. What's my time limit?
2 minutes.
2
minutes.
2 minutes.
And we're sorry to keep everybody waiting as long as we did in closed session.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Ashley Carter, and I'm representing Wilson Construction. Wilson submitted a proposal on this project that provides a $12 million savings below the stated contract award on the agenda. I'm here to speak on the appeal of the denial of Wilson's bid protest, which we understand might have factored into the evaluation committee's recommended award of the 138 kV underground transmission project to another contractor. 3 main points I would like to make today are that 1, Wilson's initial disqualification was an error and should no way prevent the evaluation of our proposal. 2, Wilson's extensive experience and qualifications, as well as those of our subcontractors for the design and supply meet and exceed the requirements of the RFP.
Can you speak into the mic?
Yes. And 3, ultimately the savings to LADWP and the ratepayers can't be overlooked. Wilson's appeal to the Board of Commissioners is to overrule the denial of Wilson's protest by LADWP staff for the following 3 reasons. 1, Wilson submitted the required documentation timely with the proposal as required. 2, Wilson's SBE, DVBE named subcontractors were in fact certified by an agency accepted by LADWP at the time the proposal was submitted, as required by Article 13.9. And 3, Wilson commits, or our proposal committed 8.9% of the total value of the contract to SBE, DVBE subcontractors, thereby exceeding the 8% minimum requirement. Specific details pertaining to LADWP's staff assertion that Wilson did not meet the SBE participation is found in Wilson's appeal letter to the Board of Commissioners dated September 2nd, 2016, and receipt acknowledged by LADWP on September 7th. In this acknowledgement letter, it stated that Wilson would be notified shortly of the findings. Wilson has not received a response to the appeal. I'll further add that overturning the decision not to evaluate Wilson's proposal would create no economic advantage to Wilson, nor would the interest of any other bidder be prejudiced because Wilson's bid was timely submitted and there was no request to change the price or the listed SB subcontractor.
Thank you. Who's presenting this item?
So Marvin Moon and Wynn Williams will come up and address the issues on the appeal.
Gwen Williams, Director of Supply Chain Services, speaking to the issue related to the SBE certification. We require that when the proposals or the bids come in, whatever DVBE or SBE that's indicated for use, that they attach with the bid a copy of the current certification status of that vendor. And that was not done in this case. So we found them to be non-responsive in terms of not meeting the mandatory goal.
Questions, comments? Discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's approved. Thank you. Item 19, Commissioner Barad.
Dave Pettyjohn is here to answer any questions you have about this.
Yes. Raphael
Villegas.
Hi.
Hi.
I just would like to have some more information about what is included in the handbook and why you think that this is necessary.
Well, we're preparing this handbook in response to a council motion that asked us to essentially work with LA Department of Sanitation to develop some extensions of the city's LID ordinance that specifically apply to stormwater in public right-of-ways. So this handbook is going to standardize some of those stormwater mitigation techniques that are used inside the city. And based on those standardizations, it'll facilitate us doing stormwater projects in a more expedited fashion and help us reach some of the stormwater capture goals that are in the mayor's sustainable city plan.
And the handbook is for whom?
It is for people inside the city of Los Angeles who want to do stormwater capture projects in the city public right-of-way.
And how many do you see that you're going to be printing?
What our plans are currently is to double or triple the amount of stormwater capture in the city by 2040. Right now, inside the city, we capture about 60,000 acre-feet of stormwater. We want to capture 120 or up to 180,000 acre-feet by 2040.
I'm asking how many handbooks you're going to be printing.
Oh, how many handbooks? That's a good question. I'm not sure how many we're going to print up, but...
And I might add that the cost here is not necessarily reflective of the number of handbooks. It's the development cost because there's a lot of methodology going on with the consultants that we're engaging with between us and LA San. So when it first reads, it almost reads like there's a lot of money in printing handbooks. It's really not the handbook printing itself. It's the development of the concepts that'll become standardized methodologies for use in the city. So that's really where the cost is incurring. It's not in necessarily hard copy printed of the book. It's the development of this handbook that'll dictate what the work is.
We anticipate that the handbook's only going to be about 25% of the total cost.
Okay. Because, looking at this, $610,000 for handbooks, it sounds like a lot.
Sure. No, it's going to involve a number of things. It's going to support development of the public right-of-way LID ordinance, which is part of this effort. That'll go through an internal city vetting process. It'll be rolled out to other agencies like Metro. We're also going to prepare a needs-based assessment throughout the city on stormwater capture. We'll do some various design criteria for these LID ordinance. It'll be part of the effort. We'll develop a GIS overlays, which will recommend some of the stormwater capture projects for various Green Streets components. And we'll develop some standard designs that'll be approved by the city as part of the effort.
And you're using outside consultants? Or
right, so
in-house?
That's correct. It'll be an outside consultant.
That's why it's costing so much.
Well, we think that the cost is pretty fair. It's a $610,000 effort, and the department is going to be funding about 50% of the effort.
We don't have people in-house that are knowledgeable in these areas?
Well, the lead agency on this is not LADWP, it's LA Department of Sanitation.
But they're part of the city.
They are.
And so we're funding that.
We are supporting their project on this with our funding, yes.
Okay.
But we both have experts on our staff in some of these areas, but there's not enough resources to develop this in any kind of timely fashion without taking away from the other work. Like Raphael in his capacity, we only have so much we can achieve as a staff. So it's typical. This is kind of tied to the One Water efforts that we're engaging consultants who have expertise. We're not sending them off in a vacuum. We're working closely with them, but we do need the consultants to increase the amount of manpower that we can put toward these efforts.
And when do you expect to have these ready?
We're anticipating it'll be April that we'll
April?
have this, yes.
Okay. I just think it's interesting that it just seems so in-house, and I'm wondering how the community is going to hear about stormwater, because it's such an important thing now. How do we let the community know about what we're doing here and the different methods?
Well, one thing we're going to do is we're going to have some workshops in the community once we roll the handbook out. So there will be workshops and public outreach associated with the rollout of the handbook.
Okay, good. Don't forget to contact me.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I just add to that? And thanks for doing this, Dave. And thank you for your staff for developing this. I think it's vital. It's important. If you could just make sure, I'd like to be kept up to date on whatever meetings are taking place that are significant as this rolls out. And if you could try to make sure that local community-based groups in kind of the 8 or 9 geographic areas of the city are contacted and whatever your rollout process is, are consulted and engaged, because I think that it's stormwater capture is, I've been saying since my first day here, is something that can be used as a great ratepayer engagement tool, and that has the benefits also primarily of providing us with another stream of water for our water supply for the future.
Thank you for that, and we'll be sure to do that.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Item 30, Commissioner Funderburk.
So we have Keisha Washington and Nelson Mejia will present, answer any questions you have or present on this item.
Yeah, so I read the analysis and assessment. Thank you. I thought it was very well done. It was thorough. I just want to know, do we have any idea of the universe of the businesses in this area that was impacted, whether the 42 applications that were received compares to 300 businesses in that area, or 300 commercial ratepayers, or what?
We don't have a total idea of the total number of businesses. We have a rough idea of the number of businesses there, but I think the better question is the number of eligible businesses. And it's hard to gauge that without hearing from them, because as you know, the eligible businesses are those with employees of 25 or less. So we can go back and get you that, but I don't want to say that we know the total number.
Right. When I met like 3 or 4 months ago, I asked to check the city's business tax rolls. Did you?
And we are checking that. We're also looking at, there's some other GIS data that we're overlaying on top of that.
So you didn't check it?
We did check that, but we don't have all of the data there. So we're trying to overlay it on top of the other pieces that are there. The city's tax rolls, while they're great, they don't have all of the businesses either.
Right. Okay. The only thing that I have that I had a problem with before was that the strategic plan for the Economic Development Department that's referred to in the resolution we're about to approve has not been presented to the board. And I don't know if this is something that's an error but I brought this up before, and it says Goal 3 of the Economic Development Division's strategic plan is to align. So that's referred to in the resolution, but we've already done this once, and we approved, and I didn't make a big deal about it before, but we're being asked to again approve a resolution with a plan that's not finalized.
Wasn't this supposed to be a monthly report?
No, this is the strategic plan for the Economic Development Division. So I don't know if that exists or if I just missed it. But this isn't for you, Nelson. I know you, in terms of implementation of this, I thought the execution was great. We got great press out of it, the businesses, outreach, et cetera. But can we
So I don't have the resolution in front of me, but the Economic Development Strategic Plan, Commissioner, is still under development. That was in the original resolution?
Yes.
And not in the case. Well, it was in the original resolution.
Is this an error, maybe?
Well,
I mean, we can strike it
Yeah.
if you want.
We can strike.
I think that probably
How
makes
about
sense.
we strike it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rather than having in the
Yeah,
resolution.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because look, I understand, and Aaron has been in contact with me about the economic development plan. I know that it's something that's been, constantly evolving, and I know that the Nancy, your department has been busting its ass. Excuse me, busting its behind, just really working 24/7, getting the Clean Tech Incubator open. And I think that I don't want to take away from that. I just want to make sure that this is called out and corrected. Otherwise, I'm fine with the resolution.
We'll clean up the resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm prepared to support the resolution if you just want to take out the whereas. Joe, can we do that?
Yeah, we just have a motion to amend to delete the whereas, whereas adopting goal number 3.
Okay, so, yes, that's what I make
And
a
then
motion.
move it with that modification.
Mr. Chair, can I do that?
Can you?
To make a motion to delete that.
Yes, you may.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to amend the resolution beginning with, to delete the whereas provision discussing the economic development strategic plan, and otherwise approve it in its entirety otherwise.
So the motion is to approve the proposal deleting that whereas clause.
Yes.
I second it. Those in favor?
Aye.
It's
No.
approved. What?
Oh, see, 4 ayes, 1 no.
Oh, and a no.
Yeah.
Do you wish to discuss it? No. Okay. Commissioner Fleming votes no. The next two items, Commissioner Funderburk has to recuse himself, items 32 and 33.
And Mr. President, I'm recusing myself from item 32 as well.
Oh, okay. God.
That could be left.
Term of 1 year, contract number 720 for resilient seated gate valves with Clow Valve Company, term of 1 year with 2 one-year renewal options for an estimated expenditure of $4,810,117 and for an amount not to exceed $6,012,647.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation. My name is Matt Waldor. I'm Vice President of Water Technology Resources in Minneapolis.
Are you a public speaker, sir?
No, ma'am. A public speaker?
Is he
Well,
part-
first of all, let's see who's presenting this item.
You turned in a card to speak, right? We'll call you
Well,
up when
there's
we
two
do
cards,
the-
one from Fred and one from...
Right, but we'll call you up when,
Oh.
did you want to go ahead and do the cards now?
Who's presenting the item?
Cree Horner from Water Distribution.
Okay, well, go ahead and make your public statements first. You'll each have 2 minutes.
All right, thank you, sir. We're a woman-owned small business. My wife, Sally, is the president. She unfortunately could not be here today. Recently was a donor of a kidney to a good friend, and she's still in recovery from that. I'm here today on behalf of ABCO/WTR to ask for your further consideration of the recommendations award to Clow Valves. ABCO submitted the low bid, being approximately $400,000 lower price than the Clow bid, and approximately $800,000 low when considering LBPP, local business. We believe ABCO WTR should receive an award of the contract, and we have outlined in the books that we passed out, the blue books, all of the background information that we base our claims on. We're not here to downgrade Clow. It's a very good company. We compete with them every day. And as board members, it's very understandable that you rely on your staff and its recommendations, and rightly so. We would agree with this policy, except when facts show recommendation to be based on unreasonable requirements and an unlevel playing field and unfair competition situation. There's a very disturbing pattern as to LAWP's purchase of Clow gate valves at premium prices. Review of the situation would be informative for you. In order to justify award of contracts to Clow, we believe LAWP has adapted unreasonable requirements. Background information is in the books. On March 18th, LADWP requested we provide two 6-inch valve samples. We delivered those within 10 calendar days, which is an extraordinarily short period of time to match a special custom-made valve, which is the basis of the specification. So, is that my time?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Fred Baffron.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Fred Baffron. I'm the president of APCO. I have been here before the board on several occasions that several contracts were taken away from APCO, but I have not lost hope that someday, like today, the board will do the right thing and reconsider the purchasing recommendation and award the contract to APCO, submitting the lowest responsive bid. The issue here is very simple. APCO bid this 8 months ago with approximately $400,000 lower than CLAW for exactly the same valves, okay, as specified. You know, we have sent multiple samples to LADWP for testing. We offered the inspection report. We offered to pay the cost of independent LADWP representative to go to the factory and inspect. And we offered 100% performance bond. But nothing worked. And these items that we offered to do, that we met the specification, has not even been included in the brief that is before the board, okay? If the LADWP intended to award the contract as a sole source to Cloud, then why go through this so-called competitive bidding process, you know? So just go ahead and give the contract to them from the get-go. You know, it's the whole process of competitive bidding process has been so unfair in a total pattern of prejudice against APCO. Therefore, we request the board to defer the matter for 2 weeks and direct the LADWP personnel to test the valve. If it does not meet the specification, then we walk away. If it meets the specification, then the purchasing could reconsider the award of the contract to APCO. And that's the only fair and equitable way to resolve the issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Gwen Williams is here along with Cree Horner and Bart King.
Gwen Williams, Director of Supply Chain Services. One of the issues that APCO brought up in their protest was that the 10-day period of preparation and delivery of custom-made samples was unreasonable. That was in the solicitation document. We have a process where if a protester wants to submit a protest related to the content of the solicitation, they have to do that prior to the bid coming in, and they did not do so. So that's the first part.
Cree Horner, Manager of Construction Support. We process the contracts. On this one, we have pretty specific on what we want in the valves. One of the things that we failed them on is a nut that's on the interior of the valve. We require it to have no more than 7% zinc. Theirs was at 33% zinc. What that allows us to do is it will corrode faster, and then if that nut fails, you can't operate the valve. So it's.
Can you speak directly into the mic?
Sorry. If that fails, you can't operate the valve. The other thing we failed on was the coating thickness, and we require 10 to 25 mils nominal. They were at 7.6 to 9.5. Both those issues they offered to resolve. They said it's easy to fix. We can change them. The problem is that once we submit on a bid, we can't allow people to go back and change things. So I would argue that making a custom-made valve is not really what we have here.
Questions, comments? Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's passed. Thank you. Somebody can let Joe know that he can come back in. We turn to item 33. Contract number 7641 for pickup trucks, Reynolds Buick, Inc. This is a one-time purchase for an amount not to exceed $27,506,384.
So were there questions on this particular item?
No, it was just that Bill had to recuse himself.
Okay.
Are there questions?
No.
Is there a motion?
Move.
Second. Those in favor?
Aye.
It's passed. We move to item 34, approval of a lease between the City of Los Angeles and LADWP for office lease at 221 North Figueroa, Los Angeles, California. Real estate file J100184.
Okay, I'll be making the presentation on this, and this has to do with lease space that's immediately behind us, well, behind me, across the freeway, and we'll refer to it as 221 Fig, for short of 221 North Figueroa Avenue, related to the lease. So I'd first like to go over why we need additional office space. Currently, 3,000 of our employees, or about a third of our employees, are eligible for retirement. Within 5 years, that's going to go to about half of the individuals relative to a retirement. We have a succession planning and knowledge transfer effort. It's very important, and in order to do that knowledge transfer, you essentially obtain the new staff to replace the existing staff 6, 12, 18 months before they leave, and then they can delegate or transfer that knowledge to the new person. We recently approved a rate adjustment, and included in that rate adjustment was a number of things, which included increased infrastructure projects so that we can start meeting replacement cycles, conversion of IT legacy systems, which is the completion of the CCNB remediation effort, and then especially the new process, which is the IT legacy financial systems to replace with a new ERP system, and that's going to be about 100 individuals. And then meeting the rate case, class action settlement, and updating systems, all of the items which we put in our rate case and now need to have the staff in order to implement those goals, projects, and different items that we presented to the public that we would meet as part of the rate adjustments. Down at the bottom of this slide, we have the additional employees we need to hire, but probably more important is on the next page, which is on the left in that box that we have right now. Essentially, to me, I have almost 700 requests for office space in these different areas: customer service, financial, HR, IT, power, water, sustainability, that we need immediately. And we do not have any space left here in JFB. In fact, you'll notice that in some places of the building, we've actually converted space like the lobby to house staff. So this isn't unusual, though, the succession planning efforts and all this. Everyone in the utility industry right now is overhiring so that they can perform this transition, and both places I've recently worked were doing and are doing the same thing. And those spaces, again, are requested right now here at JFB in the downtown location, and are primarily full-time office staff that are in the building on projects and very rarely in the field. This just graphically shows on the next page the retirements, and you could see the rust bar that moves to about 50% of our staff. And this shows the staffing levels with additional hiring. These items are included in our these staff positions are included on our budget as we move forward. The proposed lease of 221 Fig is a 10-year lease that can be just canceled after 8 years. And with the purchase of the building in Van Nuys that should close in March of 2017, we can start looking at the long-range space planning. We really should have a space plan, and I'll get into that later because we do not have a space plan at present, and it is something that ought to exist, but it doesn't and will take a period of time to develop, and we have this need right now to move forward with the rate plan. Moving to the next page, 221 Figueroa is about 83,000 square feet on 4 floors. If you'll remember, we originally looked at 6 floors, but we've moved that back to 4 floors, 2 which are finished and 2 unfinished, 207 parking spaces. The CoStar property report lists this as a Class A building. There is room for about 375 to 400 staff and it alleviates the immediate space concerns for the department. And I do want to stress there are those immediate concerns. Now, there is an operational efficiency to this location. It's 500 yards away. You can get there either on a dash or a 6-minute walk, or you can hop on a bike and ride a bike down there. There is a savings, and this is conservative, about $3.5 million over the term of the lease. I would like to interject personally, the last place I worked, 2 locations, 2 miles apart, added a half an hour to each direction whenever you had a meeting for each employee. It's unproductive when you have a long commute for staff that have to work together on an ongoing, frequent basis and have daily or even weekly meetings that they're spending hours driving back and forth from. And there's also additional projected savings because we don't have to have fleet vehicles there. If you do have to leave the office, you come over to this building, check out a car, drive to where you need to be, rather than create a secondary fleet location, which we would need if it was a mile or 2 miles away. Going to the next page of deal points, I'm just going to list the 10-year numbers, but again, you can see listed on the slide the numbers if we terminate after 8 years. So it's about $28 million for the 10-year period. There's a 3% escalation factor. Over the 10 years, about $4 million for 207 parking spaces, for a total of about $41 million a year, $41 million for the 10-year period, or $4 million a year for the estimated monthly lease costs. If we look at some of the efficiencies and take those off, and again, those were presented on the first page, goes down to about $3.5 million a year in lease payments. A couple of other points: that there is a one-time payment that we make, and these numbers are included in those numbers I just had on the previous page, about $3.7 million to pay for TIs and furniture on the 2 floors, a $5 million build-out that CBRE will do for the unfinished floors, which includes a contingency, and then a contingency for potential share of building costs over the next 10 years. We did have discussed this for a period of time, and again, as I mentioned, we originally looked at 6 floors. When we looked at 6 floors, it was about a $4.10 per square foot cost per month, and after we went back and forth a few times, cut the size of the lease, it came down to about a $4.04 per square foot full cost for that lease. We did use our own internal staff to analyze and assess the organizational needs and do a market analysis. We also engaged an outside appraiser, and that appraiser was pulled from a standard RFP process in 2015. We developed an RFP, we distributed it. It was a competitive and an interview process. In February, we selected a panel of appraisers, and then in July, we selected an appraiser with some downtown LA specific experience, Peregrine Partners, and we brought them in to do an analysis of the building. There's a list of Peregrine Partners, kind of some of their background there, and the founder of the organization, Bradley Lofgren, did provide some lease analysis and comps for recently executed leases. Next slide. You can see here there's about 10 different leases that are cited. On the far right is the effective rent and parking. You can you need to get down to that because there's different prices depending on parking, depending on the size. But you really need to look at the far right column, and what that column does show is that this property is comparable to the leases that were analyzed. There were more than this, but we only presented about 10. There were about 20. And then also we looked at leases available, and again you get to the right-hand column that shows a number of different locations, and then the various lease rates for all those different locations. And again, it shows that our that lease rate is competitive. We asked Goldman Sachs to come look at this and provide some feedback, and I would like to ask Jeff if he could just summarize the feedback that our financial consultant Goldman Sachs provided on this.
So Tim Romer of Goldman Sachs looked at market properties for for buildings, in the Class A buildings in the downtown, they use 2 separate databases, and this is without parking and on a square foot per year basis. And they look at, through their databases, it's roughly between $38.54 and $43.68, which this property would be roughly a little below $30 per year. They did not give us anything with parking, and this is something that they will help clients to look at, but they don't really do appraisals as such.
Then moving on to the final page, next steps. I mentioned earlier on that we should have a space plan, and LADWP doesn't. And we very much need a long-term space plan analysis, which would look at all of our parcels of real estate, large locations, small locations, all of our employees, where we need staff now, where we think we need staff in 5, 10, and 15 years, and start developing and develop a plan that shows where we need office space, where we need field space, what sorts of locations we could look at, what sort of effort we could provide at JFB, but it truly looks out at the entire organization and our needs over the long run. In order to go through the RFP competitive process, the evaluations, and then complete that space planning analysis, it's an 18 to 24 month process, and we need to start that. And I will bring the development and initiation of that RFP process back to the board very soon. However, right now we have a need for space. We are between a rock and a hard place. We've got office needs right now to meet the goals of the rate plan. And if we wait till a space plan is completed, we're halfway through the rate plan without the ability to hire the additional staff that we need to implement the goals of the rate plan, which I mentioned earlier. We do have, we are developing that RFI, and we also, at the same time, for a very high-level review, have brought on A.C. Martin, that was the original architectural firm that designed this building, to do some strategic help in looking forward on how to create a more productive work environment here. So they look at a floor plan, look at how it could most appropriately meet the current needs of the organization and the future needs, how it might be structured. But then we'll have to determine what process we follow here to make this a more effective building. I mean, it's still essentially a general layout that was designed 50 years ago, and we need to look at how to update the inside. Again, Van Nuys, when it closes, we will be moving some customer service staff out there and getting out of some leased space that we're currently in the valley, and then start looking at how we develop the additional floors and what the needs are. We do need to determine as well, we've got some space at 3rd Street. Should we move a customer service center out of this building and move it aside? Again, that's what needs to be reviewed as part of the space plan. And again, analyze all the additional contracts that we would need over the long run to initiate and complete a space plan analysis. I wish it was done. I am kind of surprised, as I've said to staff, that we didn't have one, but then I know we've just come off a recession, and the efforts that would normally be provided to that were provided through a rate plan, and but we really should have that, and I'm committed to bringing that back. But in order to not lose 2 years of the rate plan, I am requesting that the commission consider approval of this lease so that we can move forward.
Could you go into a little bit more detail about the impact of not doing this now on the rate plan? What specific items would be jeopardized, and what would the impact of those be on the ratepayer?
Part of what we're looking at in the rate plan is getting our infrastructure replacement project to a more reasonable level, from basically centuries down to decades. In order to do that, we have to have staff. The staff designs the projects. The projects then get released for bid and constructed. But we've got to have the staff here to design those projects and engineer those projects. And we've got staff to do that just put it in a shorthand, to do that centuries-long replacement process. But we have to increase the staff in order to get on a replacement cycle to do the office and engineering work that can then turn into field work. We also have to replace our financial IT system. That's 100 individuals. Some will be employees, some will be contractors who have to be located here in order to do that conversion. And that's a 4-year process, perhaps a 5-year process, because it's not just converting one system, it's converting a number of different comprehensive systems. We then have, again, the several thousand employees, and it's about 3,000 over the next 5 years, who could retire, and many of those are in the field. But there's at least 1,000 that are in offices, and we've got to do the hiring over time, and it's not doubling up on 1,000 positions, but it's this year might be 200, and then those employees retire, and then next year 200 more, and those employees retire. So there's an ongoing 100 or 200 doubling of positions so that we can get that knowledge transfer and not have our employees essentially leave and nobody knows what they were doing and not transferring that knowledge. All of that was estimated and included within the rate plan, and we need to do that so that we can accomplish those goals. The biggest one, again, being replacement of our infrastructure before it fails.
Do commissioners have questions or comments?
I do.
Commissioner Noonan.
Thank you. With all due respect to General Manager Wright and my fellow commissioners, because I have literally, you can look at my post-it notes, reviewed the lease inside and out, I have prepared a statement just to at least address my main concerns and objections while realizing that this is a very important necessity for the Department of Water and Power. And I have asked that the following text be placed in public record. I have forwarded that text to Barbara Moskos. So what I wrote last night is what follows. When I was nominated to assume the responsibility of serving as a DWP commissioner, it was expressed to me that one of the main reasons I was selected to serve in this capacity was due to my commercial real estate experience and how I could apply over 17 years of my professional expertise in that realm to best serve the department's best interests. As it relates to these opening remarks, it was requested of me to outline a strategy and proper recommendations to secure a sound measurement for this agendized item after it had been deferred earlier this year. Immediately following this request, I provided commonly practiced recommendations when contemplating a headquarters retrofit and transitional staging of this caliber, which suggestions, however, were ultimately dismissed. I offered 3 straightforward suggestions, and none of them were honored. I could elaborate, and you can see all my post-it notes on the lease, on many provisions that I don't feel comfortable with, but I do feel compelled as a commissioner to at least voice my main concerns and objections as it relates to the following. Number 1, a professional, well-versed commercial real estate brokerage firm was not retained to leverage and account for the cost effectiveness of this transaction. There is no procurement history relating to the appraiser that was hired, whose report fails to provide accurate comps. Not only are the building comps provided in the report those of much more prestigious and desirable office buildings, but the appraiser's analysis fails to address the tenant improvement packages provided by landlords in a typical lease transaction, which offset a tenant's investment. Number 2. Under this agreement, our department not only concedes to paying for tenant improvements, but upon execution of the lease, it is stated that our lease commencement is triggered and we must begin paying rent. Normally, a tenant does not begin paying rent until construction has been completed, provided a schedule that has been mutually agreed to by the landlord and tenant. To date, as General Manager Wright stated, there is no space plan. There are no final space drawings that have been contemplated. Permits have not been drawn, nor construction has been completed. So we as ratepayers will be paying for space that the department will not occupy for months. Number 3. Typically, construction costs are put out to bid to realize the most beneficial financial savings, wherein this is not the case under this agreement. Furthermore, although the Wilshire Grand Tower, comprised of 1.5 million square feet within 73 floors, will have been built and completed in 4 years, this agendized item is requesting a 10-year lease on 4 floors to simply retrofit our 15-floor headquarters. This pending lease also contains language that foreshadows increases in tenant improvement costs, and this item fails to touch upon the costs that will be required to retrofit DWP's headquarters and how that process will be managed. In closing, I recognize the importance of the request at hand. However, the strategy and the endeavor could and should have been better addressed and implemented.
Other comments, other questions? Commissioner Fleming?
So I would, one, hats off to Commissioner Noonan, who has devoted so much time and energy and attention, as one can witness from her posted notes, to this. One of my greatest regrets is that commissioners are not permitted to spearhead an operation here in the department, because certainly the ratepayers would have been well served by having Christina Noonan run this. That said, and I wouldn't disagree with anything that Commissioner Noonan pointed out in her comments, I'm also very well aware that our new general manager has been on the job but for a couple of weeks and came on the heels of the vote for a rate measure here, something that we all spent an awful lot of time debating and took very seriously, and something that will be very hard to implement if we do not have the space for our staff. I take Dave's word that a space plan begins now, and I know that he'll bring that back. I wish that had been the case 3 years ago when at least 4 of us joined Commissioner Noonan on this panel. And what makes this especially frustrating is that this process didn't have to be so bad. We didn't have to have this many questions. Given that we're at the end of the day, we're going to lease this from the city of Los Angeles, who, for all intents and purposes, is supposed to be our partner in this. So it is insanely frustrating, and I hate voting for things that I don't feel really good about, but we're very much stuck between a rock and a hard place on this, and I'm reluctant to do anything that slows the progress that our new general manager must make in order for this department to move forward. Thanks.
Other questions, other comments? Commissioner Broad?
Well, for the record, I'm going to vote yes on this, but what I would like in the record is that I'm voting with great reservation. This is a very difficult decision for us. My reservations are we don't have a space plan, and the need for the space for 300 employees was not brought to us 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago, but now. So because of that and the immediate need as expressed, we find ourselves having to vote for this today, because this is the deadline to get this building today. The second thing is there was no outside broker to review the lease. We used internal staff from DWP and the city. We should have had a broker that's not affiliated with the city. A broker who would look at the lease line by line to make sure that this was a good lease, that we were getting a good deal. DWP is paying for the tenant improvements, which I haven't heard of before, and having to pay for rent starting on day one. So I'm voting yes because I have concerns for our ratepayers and the impact on the infrastructure and the service to our ratepayers, and that's my number one concern. If we don't have the needed space in this lease agreement, a lot of these things that we talk about will not happen. And then, also, I'm voting yes because I have the utmost respect for our new general manager, David Wright, and I have confidence in his judgment and in his presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that the commissioners said with much greater eloquence than I could ever say how I feel as a board member. I feel proud to be a board member today. We've kind of aired things out. And I want to thank, I think it goes without saying, but I want to thank again Commissioner Noonan for the time. I've fought my own battles here, and I know how alone you must have felt at some points, but I know that it's necessary that the public know and fully air out and get the benefit of the expertise that you were, brought onto this commission to begin with to make available to us. That all being said, I weigh heavily whether to support this or not, largely because protocols, which, as Commissioner Fleming said, should have been in place or not, but spilled milk aside, I think that one of the things that we probably should do, even if it's a friendly amendment or motion or whatever, there should be protocols in place for doing real estate transactions that are unique. And, I mean, basic, more fungible transactions, that's one thing, but there should be protocols in place. It doesn't sound like that was the case here. And it's not clearly, it doesn't seem like the deal's been analyzed thoroughly, but I also go on the judgment and experience of our new general manager and the trust that I have that's beyond trust, because you've proven yourself, Dave, in what you've done the past 20, 30 years in the accounting and utility management field. That's why we have you. And if you believe in this transaction, don't just make it happen. Let's turn this into something positive. Let's learn from this experience. Let's get the protocol. Let's not just say, get it done, and then come back to the board in 6 months and somebody says, well, where are those protocols? Let's get these protocols done. I don't think that they're that. I think they're standard best practices. I don't know. It's not my expertise. But if we can get those in place, future boards and future management will have that as our legacy and not just kind of a transaction that was entered into because we have all these other mandates on us. But I'm going to support it because we really don't have a lot of great choices, and the uniqueness of this. I hope that the analysis supporting this can come out in future transactions, and even this one. I mean, I really think that this is a unique property for this enterprise. I don't think that it was necessarily articulated as well as it could have been, several months ago. And but I'm going to support this for those reasons, and I will trust that the protocols will be in place for examining future transactions, so we don't have to cross this bridge again like this, but we can have a system set up for dealing with it. Well, I think everything's been said that can be said, so I will summarily say I agree with virtually everything I've heard from all of my colleagues, and I want to join in complimenting and thanking Commissioner Noonan for taking the time that she did and that she does routinely on behalf of the ratepayer. And were it not so important to move forward in order to deal with the issues that our general manager outlined so well and that have a potential enormous impact on the ratepayer if they're not accomplished, I would not support it, but for the reasons that Commissioner Noonan has articulated. But I think we're put in an impossible situation that the price to the ratepayer will be too great if we don't move forward, as frustrated and unhappy as we are with the process that has put us where we are today. I'll move that we approve this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
I adamantly declined and disapproved this transaction, and what I hope will be better versed to this board is that this $40 million equation is a fraction of what this transaction is going to cost us, not only with the construction, the space planning, but it hasn't even touched upon retrofitting this headquarters. So I respect your votes, but I also hope that you're aware that we're not talking about $40 million. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars over 10 years. And I hope that General Manager Wright, who I do have a great amount of respect for, prepares us for what's ahead of us, because this is like the first chapter of a 20-chapter book, in my opinion.
That completes our business. And so do any commissioners have additional comments? Commissioner Barad?
I have a comment. I don't think we should leave it here. And I'd like to know what the next step is to come up with a protocol for real estate transactions, so this doesn't happen again. What do we do now, and who does it? Do we discuss it here? Does the city attorney come up with something where? What's the next step?
We will, the city attorney and I will get together and start determining what sort of evolution of protocols could occur. We'll get staff to start working on those. Simultaneously, we'll start an RFP process for brokers and be working on those, brokers. And then we'll also be looking at a space planning effort so that when we get farther down the road here, we'll have all of those areas in place. Because we've got to go through that procurement process.
Yeah, because I think we have to learn from this.
Yeah, and I would add to Commissioner Barad's, I would say transactions with city departments of the city are going to be inherently suspect and looked at. And I think that that's one of the things that was lost on the debate that I think Commissioner Noonan picked up immediately. And so I think that for transactions with the city or city departments, there has to be kind of a specialized way of going about things to ensure that we're doing our fiduciary duty, that we're not being looked at as engaging in anything that could be viewed as a conflict. I don't think that that's the case. I don't believe that's the case here because for all the reasons that I've said. This is a unique, very unique type of property, but I think that having those systems in place will prevent this from happening.
I think historically, I've seen over the years that the city looks to the city people and within, and I think that's a problem. I think you need to look at someone who's independent, and I think that's what we're going to learn from this, is that we have to look at someone independent who's going to give us a fair analysis of what we have.
With that, we are adjourned.